Good evening, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. May we please have a roll call?
Board Member Aaron Pimentel.
Present.
Board Member Norma Gonzalez.
Present.
Board Member Patrice Santioni.
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Here.
Board Member Dina Flores.
Present.
Student Board Member Victoria Ceja.
Here.
Interim Superintendent Dr. Julie Harrison.
Here.
Susan Ibarra. Here. And Nicole Noah. Here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The quorum is present. Approval of the agenda of the regular board meeting of March 24th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Ms. Flores, seconded by Ms. Rivera. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye. 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 Aye.
Motion's carried. Pledge of allegiance with Dr. Harrison. Please welcome our guests this evening.
Yes, I would like to introduce Ms. Jennifer Paredes, a proud principal of Van Wyck Elementary School, who has two very special guests with her tonight.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Board President Pimentel, members of the board, and Dr. Harrison and cabinet. I want to thank our two scholar leaders, Isabella Renteria, our ASB president, and Bianca Gonzalez, our ASB secretary. These two young ladies are great scholars who help support our ASB events and lead the way for great things happening at Van Wyck. I'm very proud of them and also their families here supporting them. Thank you.
Please stand up.
For the Pledge of Allegiance, place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
I would just want to thank you young ladies for joining us tonight. So first to Bianca.
Thank you.
And to my pictures for us. You guys see this kind of thing. And we'll have our Board of Education rise behind you. Oh,
It is.
let's move it. Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Here you go.
2, 3.
Bottom one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any words for our guests from the board? Ms. Flores?
Thank you so much, and I love that you're doing all these great things at Van Wyck. Please keep up the good work. Thank you so much for all you do.
Yeah.
Thank you for attending and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You did a great job. And that goes to show you how great your teachers are helping you to do this job. So thank you, Ms. Paredes, for the introduction of the students and for coming here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Paredes, you know, you are a great person for a great school. I told the girls before the meeting that I attended Van Wyck, and I expect great things from you too. You're going to be sitting up here either as a student leader or as a board member one day.
Thank
Be true to
you.
your school because it's the best one. Oh, did I say that?
Good evening, girls. Thank you so much for coming. Principal Paredes, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate. And just like Board Member Stanzioni said, we look forward to all the great things that are going to come from you too. And thank you to the families. Gracias a las familias por estar aquí apoyando sus estudiantes. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. I've known your principal since I was in 5th grade at Sunkist. So it's always nice to see our students and families at the board. So thank you very much for being here tonight. So we will now go into student board member comments. Tori?
Don Julian Elementary School. Don Julian continues to promote strong attendance through Every Lion, Every Day campaign with ongoing incentives, family outreach, and target support to keep students engaged and present. Students in grade 3 to 5 are currently participating in LPAC testing, supporting our efforts to monitoring progress and provide targeted instruction for English learners. Teachers continue collaborating in professional learning teams to analyze student data, refine instruction, and prepare students for upcoming CASP state assessments. Don Julia proudly celebrated our 125th day of school, Celebrate Your Culture Day, where students and staff honored and shared their cultural background, strengthening belonging and school pride. Our basketball season is coming to a close with student athletes demonstrating teamwork, sportsmanship, and lion pride throughout the season. Don Julian partnered with Ultimate Health Services to provide on-campus dental services on March 17th and March 19th, supporting student health and access to care. Coffee with the principal and ongoing communication continue to strengthen partnership with families around attendance, safety, and academic expectations. As we move into the spring assessment soon, Don Julian remains focused on academic growth, student well-being, and ensuring every lion feels connected, supported, and ready to succeed. Van Wyck Elementary School. Good evening. Van Wyck is on the mood. Our third graders have completed the LPAC test, and our fourth and fifth graders will be starting this week. They have been doing practice and interim tests, and we're excited to see how much our Van Wyck English learners have learned. We also had our coffee with the principal where Ms. Paredes shared about digital citizenship and the lessons students are learning in class. We celebrated our scholars at our honors assemblies and held our first career day. Our attendance is improving and our chronic absenteeism has increased by over 14%. We're preparing for our father-daughter dance this Friday and looking forward to showcasing the great learning our scholars are doing at our upcoming open house on April 2nd. We are proud of the amazing work and great things happening at Van Wyck. Go Wildcats. Sunkist Elementary School. Sunkist Tiger scholars in 3rd to 5th grade are gearing up to start the LPAC state test next week. Our lower grade students will be testing next month. Thank you to Ms. Sendejas and Ms. Hernandez who are doing our LPAC to get our scholars ready. We are already so proud of you all of them. Our Beyond the Bell Club is hard at work making our campus beautiful. We have seen improvements with painting, looking into repainting our murals, refilling holes on the fields, and making Sunkist a beautiful place to be. We are proud to announce we just completed our fun book blast. On March 20th, we met our goal of over 40% school-wide participation, and 2 of our teachers earned a shopping spree with Books Are Fun. Most importantly, Tiger scholars will each receive a free book in addition to any books they purchased for their personal home libraries. Go Tiger Scholars. Edgewood Academy. Edgewood Academy is proud to celebrate the outstanding accomplishments of our students, with over 150 students recognized for meeting or exceeding standards on the 2024 to 2025 SBAC assessments in math and/or ELA. This achievement reflects the hard work of our students, staff, and families, and highlights our continued commitment to academic excellence. Additionally, our elementary students were recognized for their academic achievements, behavior, and attendance during the Trimester 2 award ceremonies. We are also preparing for our upcoming open house on April 2nd, where families can enjoy a band performance, visit classrooms, and connect with vendors. In addition, we're excited to host our first ever Edgewood Egg Hunt on Friday, April 3rd. An event our students are eagerly anticipating. As we approach spring break, students are looking forward to a well-deserved opportunity to rest and recharge for the final stretch of the school year. Lastly, we are honored to share that Edgewood Academy has once again been recognized by Educational Resort Partnership as an honor roll school for the 3rd consecutive year. This recognition is a testament to the dedication and collective efforts of our entire school community. Thank you. Greetings from Torch Middle School Instructional Program. Torch scholars are currently taking the 3rd quarter benchmarks in math and language arts. Teachers will be given time to analyze the benchmark data in the PLC meetings over the next couple of weeks. Teachers will be using the result of the data to determine which skills and essential standards will be retaught and reassessed over the upcoming weeks of instruction. Spelling Bee. Our superstar scholar, Jaina Baquin, represented Bassett Unified at the LA County Regional Spelling Bee on Wednesday, March 18th. Jaina spent weeks preparing for this special occasion, and we are extremely proud of her achievement and extremely grateful for the willingness to represent her school and her community at the country level. We want to express our appreciation to Dave McAula, our Director of Facilities, for arranging special transportation for Jaina and her family to travel safely to the event. Book Fair. The Torch Library will be hosting a book fair for our students the week of March 23rd. Our students will have the opportunity to get excited about literacy by giving the chance to browse and buy new books that are interesting to them. Board members and district staff are invited to stop by any day that week to support our school by buying a book and sharing your love of reading with our scholars. College Night. Torch's annual College Night is taking place on Wednesday, March 24th from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. There will be several colleges represented with information and college gear to share with students. There will also be representatives from various trade schools for students that have an interest in those career paths. Parents that attend will also have the opportunity to meet representatives from the community that will share information about how families in need can access various resources and assistance. All Bassett students and community members are welcomed and encouraged to attend. DHS announcements. Greetings from Bassett High School. Over the past week, we had the opportunity to present at Rio Hondo College, and we will continue that work with application workshops scheduled for tomorrow to further support our students in the college going process. As financial aid packages begin to arrive, our College and Career Center team is working closely with students to review and understand their offers. In addition, new scholarship opportunities continue to come in, expanding access to financial support. Our counseling team has also been actively engaged with our feeder middle schools, registering incoming ninth grade students, and supporting a smooth transition into high school. At the same time, summer school registration is now underway. In athletics, our boys and girls varsity track and field teams successfully hosted the Miramar League event on March 19th. Boys volleyball and boys tennis continue to compete and show growth, while badminton will begin competing on March 24th. Our softball program is seeing strong participation with its largest roster in several seasons, and boys baseball recently earned its first win of the year. We are also looking forward to hosting our first diving swim meet on March 24th. Finally, ASB hosted a successful spring rally on March 13th, bringing together students and staff to celebrate school spirit and a year of growth. We also hosted a wonderful wellness expo, where students were able to learn from various partnered organizations about mental and physical well-being and health. We also would like to thank Ms. Rodriguez, who hosted a health class for parents during her conference period. We look forward to Ms. Mendoza's parent class, who will teach a ceramics class for our parents next month. We have many opportunities for our families to get involved. We would also like to thank Maria's Closet, who provided free prom dresses, accessories, and makeup for some of our students. Amazing things are happening at BHS. Remember, it is always a great day to be an Olympian. Nueva Vista High School Board Assessments. Greetings from Nueva Vista High School. As we move through the spring quarter, Nueva Vista High School remains focused on student engagement, academic process, and supporting our seniors as they work towards graduation. Senior families participated in the Senior Parent Night on March 11th, during which important information about graduation requirements, financial aid, and end-of-the-year activities were shared. Families received key updates and resources to support students as they approach graduation. Ms. Jessica Ortega, our LACOE intern, presented on stress related to senior year and the transition to post-secondary plans, providing strategies for both families and for supporting students. Nueva Vista High School also hosted open house on March 19th, providing families with the opportunity to visit classrooms, connect with teachers, engage with their students' academic process. Families were also able to see work from our CTE programs and interact with staff across all content areas. Students are currently completing quarter 3 benchmark assessments, which run through March 27th. These assessments provide important data to give instruction and support student learning as we approach the end of the quarter. Students continue to engage in career technical education courses, gaining hands-on experience in areas such as graphics, HVAC, and construction. In HVAC, students have been learning to braze copper tubing. In graphics, students designed school logos and applied them to t-shirts through the design and printing process. In construction, students have been working on framing doors, building foundational skills, and construction techniques. We continue to support senior families in completing the FAFSA. Our counselor is working closely with students and families to ensure that the state of California requirement is met and that students can access financial aid opportunities. Looking ahead, Nueva Vista High School will conclude quarter 3 at the end of March and begin quarter 4, continuing preparations for end-of-year activities, including prom, grad night, and graduation. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much. We will go on to presentations and recognitions. Before, I do want to ask, can we get confirmation that we're live streaming actually? I got a message saying that folks are having difficulty. Don't know if it's independently check that. I think folks who are trying to access it through the email, excuse me, the email link that says, bassett.usd.org/, and then it takes to the YouTube site. I think folks are having difficulty accessing it there. Okay, well, while we settle that, thank you to our guests. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. It's fine if we continue, right? Actually. It's fine. I mean, it's tissue.
There's 3 online.
Okay, well then we'll go with that. Thank you very much. So the first one we have is stormwater capture update. Dr. Harrison, would you mind doing your introduction?
Yes, thank you. Tonight we have Donna Tran and her team from LA Public Works, which we're planning to give an update on our stormwater capture project. This project dates back to 2016 at its inception. And there were some agreements back in the day, and then over this long period of time, the team has been working to secure funding and through some other opportunities. And now they're in a space where they need to share the next steps with the board. So Donna, if you and your team want to come.
Hi, good evening, board members, as well as Dr. Julie Harrison. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to come back and provide some updates and progress on this project. And for today's presentation, we're just going to go over a quick overview of the project for those who are unfamiliar with it, going over the updated project schedule, as well as our funding sources, and primarily about our construction impacts, as well as some items that we're requesting from the board. And then closing it out with a community meeting that we plan to have next month, and then a Q&A session. So just reiterating this project, a big part of this project is water conservation. This project is not just located at Bassett High School. It meanders through multiple jurisdictions of Baldwin Park, Industry, La Puente, West Covina, and unincorporated LA County. We'll be intercepting from existing storm drain lines and bringing that flow into an infiltration gallery located at Bassett High School. This will recharge the groundwater at the main San Gabriel Basin and will provide water for up to 1,300 families of 4 per year. But outside the water conservation aspect of the project, we're improving watershed health. That means we're improving the water quality of the San Gabriel River as well as the Pacific Ocean. So as we're intercepting that water, we're going to pre-treat it, and we're also going to have a second treatment system prior to entering the infiltration gallery. And this water will penetrate through, and as mentioned, it'll recharge the groundwater. So this is the updated above ground plan for the project. As previously in our, I believe it was October board meeting, there were some concerns with the 6-foot barrier fence on La Puente Avenue, and so we removed that. And there were also concerns with potential retrofits of the school buildings. And so our goal is to focus on the multi-use sports field as well as the softball field within the sports field itself, and trying to not conflict with anything in close proximity to the school buildings. But what makes this so unique of a project and that the community has been really excited for is that portions of Temple and Ardilla, that corner, we will be leasing it from the school district and transforming it to a passive recreational area for the community, which will include nature-based solutions such as bioswales, decomposed granite walking paths, drought-tolerant plantings. We'll have a smart gardening center, as well as an outdoor auditorium. So this is a great space for students to come for a field trip for an outdoor learning experience. And in terms of funding, this project as mentioned, has been in the planning process for the past 10 years. And as you know, with the economy, things have escalated in costs throughout the past 10 years. And so we really had to look into funding sources and procure the necessary funding to fund the latest construction cost for this project, which is at $126.3 million. But the biggest of all is that we'd secure Safe Clean Water funds through Measure W in 2020. And if we don't expend this fund within this next fiscal year, we may lose out on $30 million that's funding this project and providing the benefits for the people of the San Gabriel region. And we also have Caltrans supporting $30 million towards this project. We also have local cities, West Covina, La Puente, as well as industry that's partnering with us on this project in terms of funding, and a large portion of it is coming out from county general funds through Public Works. And the biggest of all is our project schedule. We're anticipated to complete design in April 2026. This project is very unique in the sense that we have a CMAR delivery method, which is a construction manager at risk method, where we have a contractor at the same time that we procured a designer. And so we already have a contractor on board, and we're ready to start construction later this year. And construction is anticipated to last a little over 3 years. And next, Ali is going to go into more detail about the traffic impacts. With construction, there's going to be impacts, traffic impacts. It's going to be a nuance. But the thing that I hope that everyone focuses on is that even our roads, storm drain systems, that all had to be constructed at one time or another. And this is something that is really important that needs to be done now.
Thank you, Donna. Hello, everyone. So I'll be going over the construction and kind of staging of the project and what does that entail. As Donna mentioned earlier, the construction is anticipated to start October of this year and this fall. With that said, constructing a big underground structure under the passive recreational area, which is kind of the heart of the project, and leading into it is pipelines that kind of divert all the flow to that structure. With that said, in order to construct that, I'm gonna go over the construction traffic impacts. We came up with this a map on the screen that you can see that kind of highlights some of the initial kind of closures and traffic impacts on the surrounding streets to the school throughout the duration of the project. So the pink on the screen, it's a partial intersection closure, meaning that traffic would be restricted in one of the directions, and it will be open for one of the directions. So for example, Amar and Puente will be open for traffic, but Amar will be closed through traffic. A full intersection closure is a full closure where the traffic will be detoured, so that might experience some rerouting for a short period of time. And the green is street closures for the construction of the pipelines beneath the roads. With that, most of the durations for all the intersections are 48-hour closures, so they're pretty short over a weekend. And we choose to do them over weekends to disrupt, not to disrupt any weekday traffic movements. The only, I think, intersection that's an exception for this is Vinland and Moccasin, which is a little bit further from the school. That's going to be around 2 months, and it's a full closure. So it's going to be detouring the truck traffic down Vinland, and we coordinated that with the City of Industry. Similarly, there's one to the north at Baldwin Park. Also, we coordinated that closure with Baldwin Park. In regards to the street closures, the Ardea and not Willow, this is, sorry about that. This is blinking. No, not to the north of Ardea, homeward. Thank you. So homeward and Ardea, they're going to be closed for a duration of 6 weeks. With that full closure, that doesn't mean that residents will have access. Residents will have access to their houses, and we're really working with the contractor to provide parking spaces and to accommodate all the residents that might be impacted. But the road closure will mean there's no through traffic that will go through these streets. The other 2 street closures on the screen here are Millbury and Moccasin, and those are about 4-week closures. One thing to highlight before moving from this slide is that this is planned to be not concurrently, it's sequential, so we minimize the cumulative traffic impact on the whole area. So moving to the school area, which is this is very important. We have discussed this in the past a little bit with Dr. Alvarez, and we would like to present it to the board. So we came up with 3 alternatives for the construction area on the school site, and this alternative one, it's the most efficient construction approach. Meaning that it's the shortest duration. With the shortest duration, that means it minimizes kind of the traffic impact around the school for a shorter period of time. It takes the whole area of the sports field, so it impacts all the sports field, and that's the major drawback. However, being able to provide a larger footprint to the contractor, will be able to stage the trucks inside of the school field. And we're going to be able to have a bigger distance between the school activities and the construction, the major construction area, which is at the passive recreational area where the structure is going. With that said, providing a bigger buffer between the construction zone and the school, that will minimize noise and any potential dust, since the contractor will have more room to have lower stockpiles from the excavation of the big structure. So on the screen, we provided a picture of how that excavation would look like. So it's a big structure, it's deep, so hence it needs room in order to be able to work on that. However, we can accommodate other alternatives, but they have other drawbacks. So alternative 2, which is the kind of the least ideal construction approach, however, can be accommodated as well. This kind of maintains the access to all the school fields throughout the construction duration. However, the construction duration is 30 months. With that said, with a smaller footprint, that kind of increases the impact on the community, meaning that trucks will have less room to stage inside of the field, so they'll have to, some of them will stage on the surrounding streets. Also, it provides kind of less of a buffer. It's too close to the activities. However, we are working with a contractor very thoroughly to mitigate any potential noise or dust, but it's bound to be a higher noise level and a higher dust level, since it's a little bit closer to the students and to the activities on the school. And this is kind of a visual of how that might look like. The trucks are really large because these pieces of the underground structure come in deliveries on really large trucks, also hauling off the excavation and the dirt materials off-site. Since there's less room to have stockpiles, these stockpiles might end up being a little bit, have to be hauled off-site and might end up being higher on the site. So might cause more traffic disruptions. So since there was alternative 1 and 2, both have benefits, advantages, and disadvantages. So alternative 3 we did a hybrid solution between both. And with alternative 3, essentially we start with a larger footprint for a shorter period of time, for 12 months. So that allows the contractor doing the very intensive activities to be, have more room to be able to stage the trucks, to be able to stage the materials inside of the site, and have less of a traffic impact on the community and the surrounding area. And for an additional 9 months after that, we kind of pull back the construction fence to the smaller footprint in order to kind of complete the construction. This is kind of a visual of how the underground structure looks like during installation. So the cranes are high because of the size of these precast concrete pieces. So to summarize, this is kind of a comparison between the three alternatives. So as mentioned, alternative one is least disruptive to the public, however, the most disruptive to the school, since it will be approximately 18 months long, and that translates to 2 sports seasons. Alternative two is the smallest construction footprint, however, it's the longest duration. So it impacts the public. However, it doesn't impact the sports fields, but has different risks to it, meaning like tall soil stockpiles. Not to say that we're working with the contractor to mitigate this as much as possible, but it's just a longer duration at the construction zone. And alternative three is kind of the more moderate duration in between, and it impacts the sports activities only for 1 season. And during the heavy activities, it's less of an impact to the community and to the surrounding streets. And with that, I'm gonna turn it back to Donna.
Yeah, so one of the key things in order to start construction is some of our agreements. We have a ground lease and joint use agreement for that passive recreational area, which states that it will be the responsibility and the liability on Public Works for that space. And then also we have a construction use and maintenance agreement, which dictates to start a construction, the construction laydown area exhibit that will be whichever option or alternative that the board is comfortable with to proceed with. And another element to that is that what maintenance items that are agreed upon with Public Works as well as the board, but primarily the board, the Bassett Unified School District will be responsible for the multi-use fields as well as the sports field. We will be responsible for everything within the passive recreational area for underground as well as above ground. And we did propose this back when Dr. Alvarez was here. We would be open to maintaining the portion that was done by Amigos de los Rios back in 2017, the greening project. And if that was to be able to connect to our project and open up to the community, we will be willing to maintain that portion as well. And so I think what an important item is for us to, in order to proceed with construction, is to understand what the board's needs is and the school district's needs are in terms of what construction laid down area that best fits your needs. For us, as project planners at Public Works, we really want this project to proceed. And so we will do whatever it is to make it work and collaborate with you all. So whether it's alternative two, even though that is the best in terms of for construction, it may not be the best for the students. Alternative two is good for the students. It may not be the best for construction. However, whichever method, whichever alternative, we're okay with. We don't have a preference in terms of course, project manager will want option one. And with that, we have a community meeting on April 14th to reintroduce this project to the community. We have done countless of project engagement at different types of events at Bassett Park over the years. We've even done one event at Bassett High School graduation event a couple years ago. And so here we are going to be at Bassett Park, reintroducing this project to the community. We'll be sending out flyers to everyone who lives within 1 radius of all the project locations from the diversions, and welcoming the community to come to get more information on this project. And with that, if there are any questions,
Thank you very much.
please let us know.
I'd like to actually start. So I'll start. Now go that way. Thank you and welcome back.
Yes.
I do appreciate it. Last time was very informational. That was, I think, the first time since being a board member that we start having these public conversations, the presentations. So it's really nice to see have you back and get all the details of what the project looks more specifically. I think it's a great idea. Obviously with the climate crisis, we need to really conserve our water. I think this is a really nice project that all the cities are partnering. I am mindful, of course, the elephant in the room is this was initiated almost a decade ago. I have friends who were student board members who were there at the dedication ceremony, and we're all grown adults now. So it's been a very, very long time. I still think the rationale and spirit behind the project is very much poignant and needed. I guess where I'm coming from is now that it's been 10 years since initiated, I think obviously the leadership of the district has changed, the needs of the district has changed, and I firmly believe those need to be confronted, reconciled, and we can move forward. So it's in that spirit that the questions I want to start on is you mentioned folks would get notified about that committee meeting within a radius. What was that radius again?
1 mile.
1 mile. I caught the one, but I didn't hear the mile. That was just my ear going off. Okay. And then with the community date and venue, I have to know that that date is going to be very busy potentially for us as a board. I think for sure we have a reclassification ceremony. I'm wondering, is that date and time locked in? Is that possible to be changed as well as the venue with Bassett Park? Obviously Bassett Park, it makes sense. It's a county park, kind of in the middle. But if the project is going to be really impacting Bassett High School, is there any potentiality of it maybe moved to Bassett High School? I want to know what that looked like in terms of daytime venue.
Yes, we initially wanted it at Bassett High School. We were actually in conversations with Dr. Alvarez before he left that we wanted to do an outreach event, like a big community event at Bassett High School. But due to the changes that occurred, we really wanted to still pursue our community meeting, and it was a lot easier to work with at Bassett Park to have a facility that would accommodate a good large amount of people. But if the school is able to accommodate us, we are willing to definitely do it at the school. If we do not have a preference in terms of the location, we just want to make sure that we hold a community meeting as soon as possible and then hold another one once we are anticipated to start construction, which is in September.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
that's-
we're
yeah.
open and we haven't set the flyers yet, so we can make those changes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I should have preferenced that. I'd love to get in contact. I have your we all have your contact, right? Where's my page? But I'm not sure if we have. At least I'll definitely reach out to you and
Mhm.
try to coordinate a time for us to hop on a call or a Zoom just to have like a more robust
Okay.
conversation with like more detailed stuff. Cause I could get very detailed, unfortunately. I'm sure our staff knows. But where was the other thing? So on, I don't know what page it is, but it's the page where we talk about the amenities for the parklet. What would you
Mhm.
call this?
Passive recreational
Passive
area. We
recreational
don't want to
area.
call it a park because then the expectations of
Yeah.
it could be a little different.
And I guess that's where it comes up naturally because I think with a separate project, very similarly titled, but a separate project nonetheless. I think our community has been really coming to us, unfortunately, not to supervisors, unfortunately, but to us, for more open recreational spaces. And I think that's a conversation we're having, with our other city partners. But in terms of the passive space, I get that it's a passive space. And maybe this is just my biases or preferences personally, but to me, it seems boring. I understand the concept of it being, let's have a field trip and, come down here, but at the end of the day, to be so clear, I apologize. It's, some gaming space, interactive signs, some tables. Obviously it's going to be fenced off. I'm not sure if it's going to be open. I would hope it's not necessarily co-opted by other members of the community. So is this design also locked in, or is there still any opportunity for this to kind of be played with? Mindful that I'm sure this is the cherry on top once obviously you build the whole infrastructure on bottom. This is the last thing to be developed. So what does that look like? Is this kind of locked in, or are we?
I would say, well, right now we're anticipating for 100%, which includes the landscape plans. And we've been conducting surveys throughout the past five or so years on various questionnaires and what is most important to the community. And based on the questionnaire and what some of the top amenities were just open space, green space, walking paths, safety. And so there wasn't in terms of like design aesthetics, but one thing that we did know is that we wanted to bring in some sort of cultural background into the aesthetics of the space. And so that's something we will seek out. And that's not something that is finalized or anything like that. So a lot of artwork and infrastructure that has more architects to it. But in terms of like the irrigation and the layout of that, that is a little bit more finalized, but not in terms of like the actual aesthetic of how it needs to look like.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just a very intentional person where I really struggle to see this being really utilized fruitfully. If students are after school and they're waiting to get picked up, they're not gonna be around here because they're gonna get picked up where the parking lot's at. Potentially, if we have open gates around the perimeter facing the fields, maybe when there's a baseball game or a softball game, you know, people could like, you know, hang out there while the game's going on, they're waiting or they're in practice. So I think there's potential here for it to be rethought of in
Okay.
2026, not in 2016 necessarily. And I'm not necessarily looking for bells and wheels. I'm not asking to put in playgrounds and basketball courts and whatnot. I'm not looking
Right.
for a full fledged out park, but just reconsidering this now a decade later, I think would be fun. But we'll see how that goes. And then I think you answered, I think this is Ali, you answered a lot of my questions on the traffic impacts. My question is, so for 6 weeks, Q2 2027, Ardea and Homeward, that green spot that's gonna be blocked off is actually right in front of the high school, the main parent drop-off pickoff area. I think the legend says local access only, so during at least school hours of, you know, when the dismissal and the bell's about to ring, is it possible, I'm sure maybe that's nitty-gritty with our management team and you all, but obviously construction be accommodated to maybe slow down during those times to accommodate the volume of parents, and then once during the school day, they could probably pick up, and then dismissal time, maybe slow down again and then do. I think that's just a consideration I have specifically on that street.
So actually, we're taking even a bigger consideration on our Ardea because it's right by the school. It's gonna be over winter break.
Oh, lovely.
So that's, I think it's Q4 2000, right?
Yes,
Top of my head.
like I see Q2 2027. Oh, excuse me, no, there is Q4 2026, yes.
6, yeah. So it should be no Thanksgiving to January. And if for whatever reason the timeline gets pushed, we're gonna make sure it's over a time where it's a break. So there's no high activity around the school for pickups and drop-offs. And for any events that we're doing any work around the school within that time, we could coordinate with the contractor to make sure that those hours are not construction hours to accommodate all the traffic for the pickups and the drop-offs.
Thank you. And that, I just want to say thank you both and your team for providing, I always love the menus, the 3 options, and your candor, and obviously what is obviously recognizing what's probably best for the project team, what's probably best for the school. So I think that is helpful. Thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Photos, and then we'll go back the regular way.
Okay. Thank you so much. I am very excited that Bassett is spearheading this. This is something gonna be really great for Bassett. I think our small district deserves big things.
Yeah.
So I actually also concur with my colleague. What was your first point again?
I had a lot, I'm sorry.
The meeting.
The meeting, yes, because we were thinking alike. I'm thinking, why is it being held at Bassett Park? We should hold it at Bassett High School. And we have a new gymnasium with air conditioning now, so not a problem there. But then I'll let you all work out the details of that. And then again, I would support if we could change the date if it conflicts with something that we're having. So along the lines of when you were saying the alternative one, someone just rip the Band-Aid off, okay, just do it. Alternative 1 seems to be the most, and I noticed you said October. So if we look at once October hits, November's a very short month, December is a short academic month, and then we go into January, which is also short. So minimizing, but if it just came down to that, well, I know the front of the high school is a entrance. We possibly look at, and I'm not, this is all for you all to determine.
The back.
Puente, the backside.
Yeah.
could that be a suggested opening there for this? The other one I had was, when you say 2 seasons, I don't see the track being utilized. So when you're saying seasons, are you referring to the softball fields on there? And because I think right now they're only used as softball fields. I don't think they're used as soccer fields because we have a soccer field.
So my understanding that the soccer fields were only for practice, for soccer practice, so it wasn't a consistent program. But our understanding is that the softball fields the games occur March to May. And that was the assumption that we took into account based on calling it a sports season. As if that's a correct assumption. That's another thing to confirm with the school as well.
So one of the things I also, because we were, myself and one of my other colleagues was on a meeting not too long ago. Actually, probably was this year, maybe December. So what I was really excited about is, especially if we're looking for clean air, environmental safety, was like a botanical. So students can go outside and have an outdoor classroom experience with, plant life and things like that. That is really good because, we need to protect our earth. So that kind of thing. So, and as far as look at the construction here. This is like amazing that and how they're going to put all that. It looks like a maze, when you go into the Egyptian pyramids, it's like a maze going on. Interesting. So, but yeah, so basically my biggest thing is, if we could do it quick to minimize impact to students. The track, it doesn't look like our current track will be affected. I'm gonna leave it to the leadership. As far as other fields, we do have other campuses that possibly might be able to host. But overall, I think this is gonna be really good, really good. We had so much water, so much rain lately. And the sad thing is we haven't been able to capture any of that. And so this is gonna be good. And I'm very happy to see that Bassett is going to be the focal point for this, because it's gonna bring a lot to the community. So, and then, yes, I support also the passive park, if we can make it so that it's more student-friendly, community-friendly, that kind of thing. And I'm in full support of the walkway area.
No, yeah.
So if somebody's gonna support that, because I honestly am, I have to say this, I'm very disappointed with the greenery that's around the high school, because it just is there, it just sits there. So, anyway, but thank you so much. Question, the funding has already been secured? All
Yes,
funding?
the full funding has been secured. And so all we're waiting for right now is the agreements from the school district and yeah. Everything in place pretty much for the project.
Hi, thank you, Donna. I know you've been working on this for such a long time.
I have.
I've been bugging you through,
I am persevering through.
Through Bella.
Mhm.
I've been bugging you about it, but it's about time I was on the board. I was one of the board that agreed to it, to
Mhm.
have it done.
Right.
And I had given up on it. I thought everybody had forgotten about it, but.
No, we're in the
glad that It's going
background.
on,
Yeah.
And also, so is Ardila gonna be close to Homeward only from Amar or Temple?
It's from Temple to Homeward.
So Temple to Homeward.
Okay, then we need to also include our neighbors, the church.
Yes, and we
because they have
contacted
The
them.
Catholic school,
Mhm.
and they drive in through Ardila to drop off the kids and to pick them up.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then I know you won't be doing any construction on weekends, so it doesn't affect
Correct.
Mhm.
the services, but yeah, because we're neighbors and we need to let them know
Right.
that they're gonna have to move their route and go somewhere else.
Yeah, we have reached out to them, so we're proposing for a meeting so that we can provide them the same information. So we're just waiting for that response.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, and I concur with them about having the meeting at the high school.
Okay, great.
Be
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was not on the board when it was decided. When I came on board, it was like a pocket park. I hate to say that word, but it was like a little pocket park. And my concern was the drought, you referenced native and drought tolerant plants. They're ugly, okay, straight out.
Mhm.
We have one of those behind our school and they're just ugly. walking path that you've talked about that kind of goes, it's not continuous. You go into a wall and it's like no
Right.
fence.
Yeah.
So unless that was fixed, that's useless.
Mhm.
We'd better served probably using a track where it's a better walking proposition. But I did have a question. Ally, you mentioned that there was Ali, I'm sorry,
Ali.
my nephew's Alex, so I just. okay.
That's okay.
Okay, you referenced another blue square near Baldwin Park.
Mhm.
Where's that
Correct.
located?
That's Francisquito and Puente.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very, that's
That's
the,
the biggest intersection in the neighborhood.
that's the most challenging
Yeah.
part of the whole project in terms of traffic.
And that's a full closure?
It's gonna be a partial closure.
The blues.
I thought you said it was, okay, so it's gonna be pink.
It'll be pink.
Starbucks is there.
Okay.
In that corner.
We're-
Take that away.
It's where everybody goes to get on and off the freeway.
It's rough.
When you combine that with the Puente and Temple, you're gonna have a hot mess.
Correct. So we've been coordinating very heavily with the city of Baldwin Park to be able to accommodate as much as possible. There is, traffic movements are not gonna be restricted. However, for a short period of time, one turn movement is gonna be restricted because a structure is going in right in front of cars.
Good, get rid of it. I live right there. I live behind that. But we may have another building project going on down Van Wegen, Amar. And that's gonna impact that whole area with building. But my biggest concern is the air quality. Whether they're on the track or they're on the field or whatever, there's gonna be kick up from the dust. And this is, I would never, as a CIF trained track coach, I would never put my students out in that. They'd be wearing masks. You can't, do a high jump with a mask. And that's a huge, huge concern. Whether you're laying off work when the parents are picking up, or they can pick up from Puente. In St. Louis of France, they can go in from Willow. But at the same time, those children are still breathing in that dust, and I think that's a problem. I'm kind of curious, going back to 2016, maybe you remember, why didn't they choose Torch, which would have a lower impact to the neighborhood?
That I'm not
location would be
sure,
better.
but it could be due to the fact that the infiltration rates there weren't good enough. And so then we wouldn't be able to infiltrate down. So it depends on the soil profile. Like we were anticipated to kind of plan a project at Bassett Park, but the soil was not good for infiltration. And so we wouldn't be able to have that water conservation
What do you mean
benefit to
not
it.
good? Do you mean polluted? Like-
No, as in like it hits like solid rock versus more infiltratable, penetrable
Okay,
type of
okay,
soil.
okay.
Yeah, so it
Um,
depends on the soil profile.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, what a nightmare of me just even getting to work, and I work 2 miles away. Because of these closures, because those are major places. I just kind of freaking out. But I think my biggest concern is that the impact to all sports will be the air quality. And I think that's the most important thing for our children.
Yeah, and for this project, it's under CEQA in terms of like California Environmental Quality Act. And so we are protected. We are looking to measures to protect that, and even during construction as well, it's a requirement.
Okay, do they
As part of
shut
our
down if it
standards.
gets bad?
I think there's a measuring of
there's a
air quality
measuring.
control.
There's
Yeah.
an air quality monitoring station that monitors the dust level. And also being that close to the school activities, there is ways to restrict kind of the contractor of like pick up and like any active times when there's
The wind
students.
blows where the wind blows.
But if the Santa winds blow, and that's like the example that we use, it's kind of out of our control in a certain way. And that's why we kind of emphasize the bigger footprint where these dust like stockpiles can be controlled as much as possible.
Still gonna be-
However, we can do anything in our in our possibilities to be able to mitigate it and avoid any dust blowing over or any risk to the sports activity, especially because they're very close. Another thing I think we have asked before in the past is I think the sport activities happen during the weekend of the softballs. I'm not sure during the weekdays.
They
as
do.
well.
During the weekdays.
They're weekdays,
I find that all
Post-
the time.
but they're school hours.
Yes.
So then it'll be the end of the construction day, so we'll definitely ensure that there's no, because the construction workday will end. Excavation operations will more likely happen in the in the earlier part of the day in the morning, through early afternoon, but not later than 1 or 2 p.m. So it kind of avoids any potential dust or risk.
Okay, you do know we're going through AB 300 and our school may not look like this in its newest configuration. So I just am concerned about that too. Because when I first heard about this, when I came on the board, it was a cute pocket park. It wasn't all this underground wonderful stuff. I didn't know how you did it. I'm not an engineer. And like with the Flanner project, it just kind of ballooned out of something that I could never imagine. And that concerns me because this part should have, next time you do this, present this whole thing first. And present it to the community and reach out more than a mile, because certainly we are a small community, but we're not quite that small. I think we're 2.6 or 3.6 miles. And we're all impacted by this because we all live here, shop here, eat here. Our friends are all here. And this kind of construction needs to be known ahead of time. You know, don't sneak in and then pop up a surprise on us. Just a little friendly reminder. Anyway,
But
thank
you
you
have these
so
plans.
much.
These plans were presented to us way back, not the digging.
to
and
you?
all
Yes,
that, but-
yes, the
but
plans
yeah, It
have.
wasn't,
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
exactly, but
You know.
not initially, not.
The,
when-
the
not in our-
construction impacts and the traffic control doesn't come until we're closer to 90% design plans,
Yeah,
which is where
okay.
we're at right now.
And the reason Bassett was chosen was because of all the other places you gotta put the other sections.
Oh,
So the fact that it went along with the.
thank you. Because only you would know that because you were there.
And one thing, I think the mile radius also goes from the extents of the
Yeah, the
project, right?
extents of the,
So-
not just Bassett High School, it's at all of the diversion locations meandering. It's a mile radius from all of those points. So it's not just a mile from Bassett. Because this project is beyond just the borders of Bassett High School, as mentioned.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so a few of my questions were already answered. And first, how do we decide which scenario or construction area? How does that happen? Is that in closed session or do we discuss it here? Does anyone?
Sure, I don't think we are taking necessarily action tonight.
Action.
Yeah.
I'm
I-
sure.
It's just an
Well,
update.
Yeah, so we would like to get some sort of consensus by the next board meeting. So we wanted to present this to all of you to have some time to digest the information, to take in the information. And then perhaps at the April 21st, we would come back and hopefully have some sort of motion and voting perhaps for it.
Will you give the information that you got at the community meeting at that time too?
Yes, well, once we secure a date with the board as well as the date for the location, then we can provide that information.
Okay,
Yes.
and then my second question was, what is your social media reach going to be? Is that going to be through the Public Works website?
Yeah, so we have a Public Works website for this project, which we're in progress of updating. We also have a communities group for Public Works that does a lot of our social media advertisements. And so, for example, when this project does go into construction, they'll coordinate with the school district, all the stakeholders for a ribbon cutting ceremony along with our supervisorial District 1. So it's a whole media event.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then just something, when I think about field trips to places like this, what I'm interested as an educator is showing my students how this project works and how it's
Yes.
going to benefit. Is
Mhm.
there that type of component in place?
Yeah,
Because I would love for each one of our schools to have an opportunity to really look into how this project is going to work. You know, obviously, once it's done,
Mhm.
is there areas around it that, because I didn't really see where it's exposed to show the community, like showing it at work or working when it's collecting and all that?
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't show what's underground because that would be all topsoil, but we do have educational signages that showcase what is in this location, how it works, the different types of plantings, why we have these plants, because they're native to California, and why it is cost saving as well as water saving. And so we typically have about like 4 or 5 different types of educational signages. And I think that's something that once our landscape architects are able to put together, we can present to the the school board for your consensus. And that's something that we can collaborate on because I think you guys are educators and could understand what is more meaningful in terms of materials on those educational signages.
Awesome. Thank you. That's it for me.
Question, so I haven't been on this as long as my colleague here, but I've been hearing about this and have attended meetings as early as 5 years ago, as late, whatever, maybe it's 5 years ago. So I do know, and I've been excited about this project. So I think like anything, whenever we have a big construction project or something big, I mean, when the supervisor resurfaces all our streets, it happens. You're gonna have to divert, right? I'm gonna tell you that where is my access to the freeway, okay? So, but my question is, why Puente and Francisquito?
Yeah, that's a good question, because when we're looking at this whole entire project, we're looking at a regional scale. And we're looking at all the underground utilities. It's like a map. There's sewer lines, there's storm drain lines, there's electrical lines everywhere. How do we put in a new diversion line that doesn't interfere with the other existing utilities, and as well as interfering with other potential above ground projects such as Amar Road resurfacing project that's going to come in like the next couple of years. And so it is literally like a puzzle piece. How do we take these water flows from different types of existing storm drain lines, bring it to an infiltration gallery where it doesn't cause impacts to other existing utilities?
So I think.
It stems from the underground aspect of it.
So I think that my most thing would be, as some of my colleagues have shared, is with as much notification as possible to community so that they can find alternative ways. I don't know, maybe some will decide to work from home. I don't know, however it works out. What a great excuse, huh? So that being said, I do understand, and I am, like I said, very excited about this. And I know it's going to be some inconvenience, but the end result, I feel, would be so worth it, and our students will get to learn about this, and that's fabulous. But again, my greatest emphasis is communication here.
Right.
And let's keep the community informed as much as possible when access will be diverted.
Yeah. And another element to community outreach is that since this project is awarded 31.2 from the Safe Clean Water Program, they also have a watershed steering committee that does community outreach throughout the San Gabriel Valley. So they know a lot of the NGOs, the CBOs, the community organizations. So they've been providing all of our flyers at their outreach events as well. So this is something that, especially traffic impacts, we're going to provide it to them to deliver it elsewhere. So at all the community engagement efforts.
It's okay if you don't have any questions now, but I want to ask Victoria, any immediate questions as you're hearing all this? It's okay. I would also say definitely take this back to your group because your students are the ones who will be directly impacted by this project, not anyone else in this room. So if you don't have any questions right now, don't want to put you on the spot, but please take it back to ASB and talk about this.
I don't think anything really like points out to me that I might have questions on. It all looks really interesting, really, yeah, so no, I don't think right now, no. Yeah, but I'll bring it back and see if anyone has questions.
Ring your bell.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be back.
Not threatening. And the last little pickle on that is I do want to advise staff, in addition to obviously the AB 300 considerations, we do use the field for emergency evacuation components. So think about that. Where are we gonna put it in the case of a fire, earthquake, et cetera, et cetera.
That's an outstanding question.
So we're moving on. To the next item is 2024-2025 annual audit. Dr. Harrison.
I have the honor of bringing up our auditors from Christie White firm. We are ready.
And thank you for your patience. I know we had a lot just now.
No, it's interesting. My parents actually live in La Puente, so I'm like, oh, I'll tell them this information.
Good
They
tell
really
them
need
fast
to
about
know,
this suck.
yeah. So I forgot I was presenting for a minute, so it was really interesting.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Hello. Gather my things here. Okay, so hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Natalie Palma, and I am with Christie White Associates, the auditor
essentially for the 24-25 fiscal year. I'll be talking about our audit of the school district as well as our audit of the 2 different bonds. So I'll start off talking about our audit of the school district. I'll go over our procedures, some of the things that we took a look at, and then at the end, I'll go over our opinion and anything that we found. So for 24-25, we conducted our audit of the district funds, the capital assets, long-term debt, and compliance with state and federal law. Our audit covered a broad range of areas. We documented and tested internal controls in areas such as purchasing, cash disbursements, and we did this by taking a look at a sample of checks, invoices, purchase orders. We take a look at controls over payroll by taking a look at time cards and personnel files, as well as control over cash receipts by taking a look at invoices, receipts, and deposits. And the way we kind of do this is that we'll ask for a listing of expenditures or a listing of deposits for the year. And we'll go ahead and select a sample and ask for support to corroborate all of those transactions. We also conducted a single audit, which includes the testing of internal controls and program compliance in 2 major programs this year. The 2 programs were the Child Nutrition Cluster, as well as the Special Education Cluster. And again, we did this by selecting expenditures, asking for program-specific requirements, making sure that those were met. And finally, we tested all June 30th, 2025 balance sheet accounts, such as cash, accounts receivables, accounts payables, capital assets, long-term debt, revenues and expenditures across all of the district funds. And we did this by taking a look at bank statements, reconciliations, debt statements, and capital asset listings. So overall, the financial statement opinion, the state compliance opinion, and federal compliance opinion were all unmodified, which is the best opinion that you can receive. And I would say overall, there were only 2 findings this year, and they were both state compliance findings. The first is in regards to instructional materials, where Education Code states that a public hearing notice must be provided at least 10 days prior to the public hearing. And during our audit, we found that the public hearing notice was provided 6 days prior to the public hearing. However, there are no question costs to this finding or no penalties associated with it either. The second finding is in regards to the classroom teacher salaries, where we found that the district did not meet the current expense of education percentage requirements for the expenditures of payments of salaries.
So we have a teacher behind you, like.
Oh. So the district only spent 43.52% of the required 55% for a unified school district. I believe the deficiency amount was due to the continued spending of the one-time COVID funding that kind of skews the expenditures a little bit. So I believe the district has probably filed a waiver with the Los Angeles Department of Education for the 24-25 fiscal year. So there shouldn't be any penalties or anything like that as well. That is it for the district portion. Do you guys have any questions on the district audit before I talk about the bonds?
You did pretty good, right?
I would say so, yeah.
Compared to other audits we've had in the industry.
Yeah, definitely. I know in the past there was like capital assets and stuff. I think we've all been sorted and we worked closely with the district to get that sorted.
Any other questions on the district audit before we go to the bond program? I just want to say on the instructional notice, I think we'll do well moving forward to just in that time of the year to just put that notice out sooner. Then if it's okay, we'll go on to the bond audit.
Again, I'll talk about what we took a look at, how much we tested, and then at the end, I'll go over the overall opinion. So there's 2 bond measures. One is Measure B and Measure BB. I was saying Measure 5 in my head, but it's Measure B, not Roman numerals 5. So for Measure BB, we tested approximately 6.9 million of non-personnel expenditures, which comes out to about 67% of total expenditures for validity, allowability, and accuracy. For Measure B, we tested 3.8 million, which comes out to about 64% of total expenditures. And again, we did this by sampling the expenditures and viewing support for each one. The testing for the bond expenditures are a little different because we have to confirm that they do comply with,
what's on the bond ballot measure and making sure that they are for Fund 21 and construction related expenditures. So we concluded that the sample expenditures were in compliance with the terms on the measure ballot language and applicable to state law regulations. We also viewed a sample of change orders for Measure BB and verified that the total of the change orders did not exceed 10% of the total contract. That is something that we do take notice of when we are doing the audit, and we found that all change orders were properly reviewed and approved by management and the governing board in accordance with district policy, and none of them exceeded that 10% threshold that we do take a look at. Lastly, we tested bidding requirements for both measures. And after review of the contracts awarded during the year, we noted that the applicable bidding procedures were followed and the contracts were appropriately awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. The district appears to be properly reviewing projects and applying appropriate procedures over contract and bidding procedures. So let's see. Overall, I'm happy to report again that we issued an unmodified opinion for both the financial statements and the performance audit of the bond measures. There were any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies identified and no reportable findings for the bond. Does anyone have any questions on the bonds?
From myself, no questions. Thank you for your service here. I guess it's kind of like an open-ended thanks to our staff to have a really good audit specifically on the bond measure. Really trying our hardest to earn back that public confidence. I hope no one's laughing at me for my comment. I'm sorry. I'm like, what's going on there? But no, thank you again for coming here and for always being here. I think you've been the same auditor for the last couple of years. So I'm like, okay, familiar face, it's all good. So thank you. But no further questions for me. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes. I did notice, and this is just my lack of understanding, maybe clarification on the bond and the first report that you did, that there was a deficiency in internal control that exists. Specifically when the design or operation of control does not allow management or employees in a normal course performing their assigned functions to prevent, detect, or correct misstatements in a timely basis. Is that something that we get dinged for, or how does that?
No, is that for the bonds? Or
Yeah, this one is for, they were on both. It was for Measure B and am I reading the same thing? Maybe I can read it twice.
No, if I think I know what you're talking about, it's just a required language that we have.
Oh, okay.
It's not a significant deficiency. It's just saying that, you know, in our audit, there could be a possibility that there are significant deficiencies that we just didn't find.
Oh,
It's just
okay, I
required
see.
language that we have.
Okay, got it. Okay,
No significant.
I got the character for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I also did want to thank Susan and Martha. I always, like, you with emails asking for support, and so I did want to also thank you. For the timely completion of the audit.
Any further comments or questions?
No, just thank you for the reports.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
We will now begin public comments and hearings. So public comments related to closed session items. Are there any comments for closed session? Are there any comments related to open session?
No comments.
Session, okay. Then we will go on to communications, educational partner comments. The Bassett Teachers Association is here. Thank you for your patience. Riveting presentations. Thank you for staying with us.
Very interesting.
I hope so.
Yes, yay.
It's interesting to see what's happening in our community. So good evening, everybody. My name is Wendy Camacho, fourth grade teacher at Don Julian, as well as sit on the negotiations team and BTA secretary. So I have a couple things tonight. So wanted to wear my different hats again. I had so much fun 2 weeks ago that I decided to come back again. My teacher hat. I'm really happy to report that just some wonderful things happening at Don Julian. Our students are in the midst of the LPAC testing, which is brutal, but we know our state testing has to happen, and they're working like champs. They're just really going for it and using all of their knowledge. So I'm really proud of my students who have had to take that test this year. Also want to kind of piggyback that with, we should probably look at our testing calendar. It's overwrought with testing to the point that I don't know that I have actually a full week of teaching without testing from now till June. Bless you. Bless you. So maybe we can look at that.
I thought you were just
Future. I'm
excited
more
about
than willing to come in and share what happens in my
would definitely want to do that. We have great things happening. We want our kids to experience them, but we don't want to just run them into the ground with testing. We have a couple other fun things happening at Don Julian. We're gonna have the Dairy Council come out on Friday, which is so
Dairy
fun. They
Council.
bring a cow that's generally like a milking cow, so there's often a calf with her, and so cute. They love it. They have a great time. So, my teacher hat. My BTA hat tonight. We did have negotiations just last week. It's Tuesday, right? A little harder. We're a little disappointed that there wasn't a counter proposal last week for salaries and benefits, especially given the district's strong financial position. We clearly outlined our numbers, and then the district provided their perspective. And again, this is all very amicable. It's a very different vibe than what it was a few years ago, which I'm totally grateful for because I was also on that negotiations team 3 years ago. And just by the way, that when we were presenting some of our proposals 3 years ago, it was the district will be bankrupt in 3 years with what you're asking. And not only are we not bankrupt today, which is 3 years later, the district is sitting on a robust reserve account right now. Some of the things, without sharing too much, is that BTA really feels that we are looking for a path to parity for our contract and a path for our members to be able to retire with dignity at a time appropriate for them. It's a big deal. And we have members that truly deserve something that is respectable for where they are at in their lives. Like I said, we had plenty of clarifying questions that went back and forth. That was a majority of our time last week. We do encourage the district to take a closer look at the numbers as we explain them in the light of the questions that PTA raised and the district we had in our conversation last time. Actually, I'm so glad I was here because that audit, hello, 43, I typed it into a text. 43% is way under what the district is supposed to be doing for teacher salary. So please have a good conversation tonight about how we can start to rectify that. I would really appreciate that. As I am not ready to retire, but when I am, I would like for that to show a reflection of the district meeting their teachers' needs as well. I think I'm just about done here. We are meeting again next week, and we respectfully ask that the district come ready to bargain with a clear counter proposal on both salary and benefits so we can make meaningful progress. Last part's a little tougher. We would prefer not to move toward organizing as we value and respect the current administration and board. Our goal continues to be working collaboratively toward a fair agreement for everyone. So please take that into consideration tonight. And lastly, my mentor hat. I'm really just super proud of my new league teachers that are finishing their induction this year. I have 2 at Don Julian who will be cleared credentialed teachers in a matter of weeks. So yay for them. I have 2 more that are halfway through, and I look forward to whoever I get to work with next year. But please, again, consider funding the induction program. It is a lot on a new teacher salary. So that's it. It's been a lot of fun. I hope to make it to more Tuesday meetings and very informational. So everybody have a good evening and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any submitted comments from CSEA or any folks from CSEA? Sorry, I obviously didn't see y'all. Okay. All right. So, no. All right, we will go on to superintendent comments. Dr. Harrison.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to start by thanking Isabella and Bianca for coming to lead us in the pledge from Van Wig. I had the pleasure of participating in Van Wig's very first career day last week, and the team over at Van Wig did an awesome job of organizing all these career professionals. We had police officers, laboratory scientists, business owners, and it gave the students a real chance to be exposed to different kinds of jobs that they could think about for the future. So it was an outstanding event. So shout out to the Van Wig team for their leadership in making that happen. I also had a chance to meet with our Torch student leaders this last week, and they're very proud of their school. The energy in the room was really fun to be a part of with our Torch students. And they're asking us to take a hard look at expanding our after-school activities. They want to see more arts, they want to see more sport events, more types of sports to be offered. So we're going to be taking a close look at that. And they would also want to increase their electives, a variety of electives they can have. So those are some of the things they're asking for. At Bassett High School, I got a chance to meet with some of our student leaders last week, and thankfully Victoria and Natalia were there. So they had a chance to help us lead a conversation about the cell phone use policy that's coming about. And they were just kind of reflecting on, they understand what some of the struggles are with social media. And they also see the value of staying connected to their coursework through their phone and their classmates with their phone and after school. So we had a really, really great conversation about how to move forward with that and bring like a balanced, hopefully a balanced approach. And in addition, our Bassett High School students, we had about 25 girls this past Saturday that got to go down to Maria's Closet down in LA and have the full prom experience. So they got prom dresses, jewelry, like the whole 9 yards. It was like say yes to the dress prom style. So really thankful for the opportunity for our girls to be able to do that. And I was getting blown up with pictures from our principal. I'm very proud of what's going on at the high school and taking care of our girls. So they got pampered. It's really neat. And then finally, just looking ahead, I'm really looking forward to our joint meeting with the city of La Puente so that we can talk about some of the ways we can collaborate, build those opportunities to strengthen that partnership we have with the city. So more details to come as we finalize that, and just glad to be here tonight. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go on to board member comments. Board member Dean Flores.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you to our young leaders, Isabella and Bianca, for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I really like that every board meeting we have a different campus coming and doing this. This is great, fabulous. Thank you to our student board member, Ms. Victoria. Ms. Victoria, you kind of get to see another side of it. So I'm glad you're able to present both sides of things to your classmates and things. So, and it's also really great to see all that's happening at the high school. How exciting about Maria's Closet. I love prom. I think it's really great, and I'm glad the girls got that experience. So, so that was really good. Thank you so much for the Department of Public Works for their presentation tonight. Again, I am very excited about this, but I think, as I said in my comments regarding, I'm excited that Bassett's taking lead on this. This is going to be good for Bassett. And again, I can't stress enough, communication, communication, communication. I know it's been a long time, as I said. I think I came on the board in 2020. And that's when I think even maybe a little before that, I started going to some of the meetings as a bond oversight member. But I know funding was a challenge. Funding was a challenge back then, so I'm really glad all the funding has been secured. And I know with everything going up, our swimming pool went through that, okay? 2 million more than we needed to, but okay. It's another story for another day. Anyway, but all in all, fabulous things are happening here at Bassett. And thank you so much for the TA's comments, and things like that. As we all said, everybody working together, we want to make it work. And let's just keep the talks, keep coming to the table, and let's have that conversation. So I'm sure we could get things resolved. So other than that, I don't think I have much else. Everybody when's our next meeting? After spring break, right?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody have a wonderful, safe spring break. Our spring break is next week, but we still work. So you all have this break after that. So anyway, thank you so much, Bassett. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. Board member Dolores Rivera.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming. And I like my colleague, pray and hope that we could come to an agreement with the teachers, and do it nice and friendly, so it doesn't get like it did last time. And if I could give you the moon, I'd give it to you, but we could only give you guys so much, we could only, because we have to spread the wealth to everybody. So whatever we have, and, we'll work with everybody and my colleagues, and we'll see what we could come up with so everybody could get a good amount that they could live off. Because I know You guys work hard. I know you deserve that and more, you know. But it's not a very good profession. But it's the most needed profession. Because without the teachers and the staff, students won't be being as successful as they are now. So thank you, teachers, and thank you, Susan Tamiko, for working with them in negotiations. And thank you, Victoria, and go along and spread the stormwater and talk to your students and see what alternative they would like. You know, and might not happen, but we will all work together to try to get something that least impacts the students. You know, so that it's okay. We adults could yell and scream and say bad words, but we'll figure it out how we get there, get to work. So, but the students need to come first, and we need to negotiate and figure that out. And happy Easter. There's not much to tell. I'm very happy that all the schools are doing great. Like my colleague said, Van Wyck is one of the best. Yes, it is one of the best. But so is Don Julian, one of the best. So is Sunkist, one of the best. Edgewood is one of the best. Torch is one of the best. Bassett High School is one of the best. And Roy Vista is one of the best. So we have the best schools in our area. So happy Easter to everybody, and hope you enjoy it. Have a safe Easter and enjoy your family as much as you can. And enjoy those wonderful holidays that we are given. So enjoy, everybody, and have a good night.
Board Clerk Patrice Stanzioni.
I want to thank our Van Wyck students for coming. I was so overjoyed when I saw Ms. Paredes here because I knew it meant the students from that school that I drive by every single day because I live right down the street from the kindergarten class. I get to see them, and she's such a wonder as a principal. And her teachers I got to be principal of a day there years ago. And they are just amazing walking into those classrooms. I'd be proud to sit there and take notes from any of those teachers, which as a teacher, we do that, we steal things. And I'm so happy that all of our elementaries are moving ahead with focus. It sounds like they're doing exactly what they should be doing. To our union partner, I am so thrilled that you're here. Just so glad that you keep coming back, just keep coming back. We do feel your pain. We have 2 board members up here that have 4th grade, the LPAC and the SPAC. We truly feel your pain, like on a daily. I did write some notes though, because recent things of the news, I think have to be noted because it's Women's History Month. Because like in last month, I celebrate people that gave to our culture. I constantly celebrate people now. And Ms. Rivera knows this, next person I want to mention, as well as those of the rest of us that have met her. I think we have to remember and pay homage to Dolores Huerta, not because she came forward at her advanced age as a victim of abuse, but because she stood for the people and put her pain behind her, because she felt that the greater needs of the people outweighed her own pain, and the rights of the farm workers were in the foreground. And she continued to voice for the silent masses when she wasn't the photo op. And in 1977, I took a Chicano culture class at my college. I had the perceived privilege of drawing Cesar Chavez's portrait when he was coming to our school. I did his portrait for the posters that went up. I was subsequently offered a job in his public relations department. I'm so glad I said no. Now, looking back. But back then they didn't highlight Dolores Huerta. Yeah, women couldn't sign contracts for their houses. It was a very different time for women back then. But I mean, she was the co-founder of the movement. She coined the phrase "Si se puede," and her voice was all that these people had. She said recently the movement was bigger than her, and I respect that, and I try to model after that. And I've joked about this. My picture didn't go up in the lobby for years after I got on the board because it's not about me. It's about the kids, and I think we all feel that way. It's about our staff. It's about our community. It's also our fiduciary duty to oversee the expenditures of your money for the taxpayers. The money that they are to support academic achievement of our children, and along the way, we make sure that the programs are fitting and proper. We try to maximize the gains and minimize the losses. And I think with this recent audit is showing that we're off to a great start. Thank you so much. But I've never been one to, shake babies and kiss hands, or wait, kiss babies and shake hands. I'm not on the Facebook pages for all this. We do this every single moment we do this. It's for what we do for the kids. It's watching them smile. I had the good fortune of being at Maria's Closet this weekend. And it wasn't just the prom experience. It was unbelievable. Thousands of gowns that cost hundreds of dollars a piece. I've never seen so many sequins in my life. And this wasn't a small closet. This was an entire church auditorium, the gym. And they did hold up a sign saying, I said yes to the prom dress. And it was adorable. And they had their own personal shopper and they tried on 10, 20 dresses if they wanted to. And it was nothing less than amazing because watching those kids, all of the adults that were around, we all wept when they walked out and looked at themselves in the mirror for the first time. Because it was just that kind of impact. And that's the kind of impact we're here for as board members, to make that impact every day. As educators, we go into our classroom every morning hoping to make that impact. And I hope the community can see that we are with you. We are bonded with you as union officer. I'm bonded with you, girl, to work together, to make it work. I think we're on the right path. I think our audit has shown that. Our activities have shown that. Awards we're starting to pull in have shown that. And I'm just very, very happy with it. We are, I believe, going in the right direction with a real focus on the children, on their education, on their self-worth, on their self-esteem, on their dreams and their hope, because that's what we are giving them. We're giving them hope. And yeah, I pontificated a little bit too much, but to Rona and her husband and Lori, her sister from Maria's Closet, I would love to support them in any way, shape or form with some kind of I don't know, corporate sponsors, if you know anybody, because they didn't just help girls in Pedro, they helped girls from Bassett. And it was just delightful. It was like the best Christmas I could ever want for, to see all these kids. But on that note, have a nice night, have a wonderful Passover, have a wonderful Easter, whatever you celebrate, as long as it's legal. Have a good life right now. See you next time.
And I apologize, please excuse me for stepping out. I was, after that sneeze, gonna get gross and had to talk, so I apologize. I'll listen back to the
I'm
first
sorry
part.
that I didn't notice.
Perfect, even better.
I get on a roll. Thank you, President.
Board Vice President, Norma Gonzalez.
Thank you. Also want to start by thanking Principal Paredes from Van Wyck and Isabella and Bianca, her students. It's like everyone has mentioned, it's always so great to see the students here with their parents and their principal and, you know, just getting a little bit of recognition that is well deserved to them. I was reviewing Dr. Harrison's weekly report, and I noticed this little tidbit in health services that at Edgewood, they're going to pilot a reentry project for students who are coming back to school after like a major injury. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. That's like preventative. And I love preventative initiatives. And this is as preventative as you can get, because I know as an educator, sometimes teachers and staff are like the last to know when a student is coming back and what their restrictions are. So I look forward to seeing what the results of this end up being, if it makes the process of a returning student easier, does it make more paperwork, whatnot. So I would love to hear what the turnout is by the end of the school year. Thank you to our BTA representative that is here. As a fellow educator, I would love to see more of you guys here. So invite friends.
We might.
I mean, you know, so that they can see the other side of it and be here when it's a little bit more joyous. And not necessarily only when we've made you mad. And so it's good to see also that the math pilots are on their way, moving forward to pilot B. Can't wait for the end of that one. I also noted here in my notes the right from the beginning program that is going to be started here. I use it in my school, on my campus. We've been 3 years in. It's a great program. I highly recommend it. With everything that, you know, that comes us doing it with fidelity, and the results are phenomenal. I recommend teachers to, you know, push a little bit with the program though, to ask, you know, how to support, you know, students with special needs, English language learners, and ask those tough questions of the program. so that we can get like the full extent of what can be provided by the program. I'm looking forward to open house. I've got a few of them on my calendar. I'm gonna try to make as many as I can. I know some of them are a little bit doubled up, so I have to kind of decide. If I've been to one before, then I probably will go to the other school this year. I wish I could go to all of them. And then I also heard about Torch College Night tomorrow. Is that tomorrow? Okay, so I'll try to squeeze that in. But I'm hearing, I'm listening, where I'm definitely taking notes about testing, the calendars, you know, things like that, more sports, you know, for our schools. And so, yeah, I love hearing all that stuff, because how else can we help if we don't know what you all need? So thank you. Those are my comments, and good night.
Thank you very much. Wishing everyone an amazing spring break. Those are really my comments, but I'll take this opportunity to ask some questions on consent calendar. I don't feel compelled to pull them. Dr. Harrison, if I may, going under business services, the first item is the fiscal year CAE. This is the waiver that our auditors have referenced, and I'm sure our teaching staff has taken notice regarding the 55% threshold that was not met. But I believe it's kind of like a coding thing. So I was wondering if you might be able to answer the rationale behind this.
Yes, and for that, I'm gonna bounce it over to Susan so she can fill you in on the
Ms.
coding.
Ibarra.
Good evening, President Cimental, Vice President Gonzalez, and board members. In regards to the CEA form, that is a requirement for any K-12 entity in the state of California to meet the 55% requirement. What that entails is it does read teachers' salaries, but if we go back and read the definition of what that implicates, it says that it's also in correlation with supplies and services that support instruction. In addition to that, yes, as our auditor have mentioned, when school districts receive ESSER funding, one-time funding, it created some challenges for the school districts because a lot of the funding from ESSER was directed to other type of expenditures, and that skewed the percentage between the salaries, the services, more than anything, the coding of that, the goal of that tax account string. So in my observations, just as a quick reminder, I came to Bassett in this new school year as 25-26. Part of since my recruitment, one of my objectives has been observing and evaluating our current practices that we have in place, not only in fiscal services, but as totally in business division, in the other departments that I'm responsible for. And then in fiscal services, one of the areas that we do need to address is the structure of how we are coding our expenditures. And those are conversations that I'm having with my team, with the team, and we already have a plan in place for this current school year 25-26. As expenditures are coming through, I am providing feedback and asking questions to the Director of Fiscal Services to ensure that we have a full plan and understanding of these expenditures relate to what is it that they are doing for our students. It's very important that things are getting coded properly, and that is our goal. As a matter of fact, but I will say I was the Director of Fiscal Services, so I can relate. I know the process, and it's very extensive. Having to evaluate expenditures from July 1st all the way through June 30th when you're closing the books, it is a very significant amount of work that has to be put in, and having in the back of your mind that you are in a very tight deadline to meet with Los Angeles County Office of Education, that you have to have your books closed by August 2nd, August 5th. So to provide some support to the department, we in the agenda, there is one item that I had recommended for iBailey. So iBailey is gonna, I have worked in the past. It's a different accounting firm, not the same as Christie White, but to ensure that we are keeping things separate from our auditors that are auditing our full general ledger. iBailey is only gonna provide support to us in evaluating that current expenditures that we're doing in 25-26, and with the full objective to ensure that we have full understanding about the goal and the function, and that we are coding things properly. And especially now that districts have transitioned out of all the one-time funding, it is very important for us to reevaluate which expenditures took place during those years with one-time funding, and we continue with those expenditures now are being coded properly.
Thank you. Robustly answered. I appreciate it. The next item under business services 2 is the increase for the cost for one of our law firms, specifically AALR, which is lovely in the lobby, actually. Would you mind explaining the necessity for the increase in cost?
Sure. So as you guys, yeah, no problem. As the board is aware, AALRR is our lead counsel. So they're with us at the negotiating table. And so because of that, they do spend quite a bit of time with us. In addition, we've had a steep increase in public records requests and things of that nature that have been coming in, that we do ask for support on those to make sure we're meeting all legalities. There have been a few personnel items, and then of course we always have our special education inquiries in order to make sure we're appropriately addressing all of our special education needs and FAPE. So with all of that considered, it raises an increase in our PO in order to meet the needs.
Thank you very much. My last question is on business services 9. This is the supplemental law enforcement services with the sheriff's department. I just want to confirm, this is just extending the term of the existing agreement. This is not employing any school resource officers here, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. And that is it with my questions. My last shout out is to all the older brothers out there with prom season. Buy boutonnieres and corsages, get nails, pay for all those things. I'm already being asked. I'm on the hook for $500 already for some stuff. So go ahead, be a good older brother. That's it with me. With closed session, we will go into closed session. Item 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant. Oh.
Hi, I just want to say one thing that I forgot, Wendy. And I wanted to congratulate Dr. Elizabeth Maldonado, our high school principal, for being elected as a Woman of Achievement award. So I think that's a great thing. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for getting my attention. Item 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Item 2 is conference with legal counsel, potential litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. We'll go into closed session at 7:12 p.m. Thank you very much.
$80 at
Done.
Douglas last Wednesday with that, isn't it?
Good evening. We will reconvene at a closed session at 10 PM sharp. Report of action taken at a closed session, Madam Clerk.
In closed session on a motion by Mrs. Rivera and seconded by Mrs. Flores, and a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, and 0 members abstained. The governing board took action to approve the liability claim numbers 26-12 in the amount of $460, with 5 yes, no votes, no abstentions, no absences, and that is the report.
Much. Okay. So next item is action, discussion, information items. Item 1, approval of resolutions. Before us, I have an amendment to the first item. So item number 1 is resolution 028-26 Autism Spectrum Acceptance Month. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve this resolution and proclaim April as Autism Spectrum Acceptance Month. So my amendment I provided to you all, and the attachment that's available on the board website. It's a standard resolution, but it's a new copy from the last 2 years, but it omits the actual proclamation proclaiming April as Autism Spectrum Awareness Month. So my amendment would be adding the last, be it further resolved that the Board of Education hereby proclaim and observe April 2026 as Autism Spectrum Acceptance Month throughout the district and increase the understanding, acceptance, and inclusive programs for students and community members living with ASD and the family members, educators, and other professionals who teach and care for them. So my amendment, or excuse me, my motion would be to amend the resolution as proposed.
So
is there a second?
seconded.
Seconded by Ms. Sanzioni, or your motion, so I'll credit you as the second. All right, is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion's carried. Perfect. Is there any objection to taking up items 1 through 7 in one motion? Hearing none. Perfect. So I will make, yes. So I will make a motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I'll get the language to you. And that the board receive item 7. Yeah. I'm having it prepared already, don't worry. You're slowing me down. So my motion is to approve items 1 through 6 and to receive item 7. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Stanzioni. For discussion, I will lead us in discussion. So considering this in one go, so I do want to bring to
1
the,
through 6, right? You're gonna do this in discussion?
this is discussion on the whole, on all of them technically. So then my motion is to approve 1 through 6 and that 7 be received, not approved. So to begin discussion, I want to bring to the board's attention item 2, which is resolution 29-26 Farm Workers Day. So of course, we are devastated to hear what Dolores Huerta has gone through. And I was prepared to bring in this proclamation in lieu of Cesar Chavez Day, having Farm Workers Day. The moment I was talking to Dr. Harrison about this, we did receive some guidance from CSPA. Specifically, Ed Code allows LEAs to observe Cesar Chavez Day if we negotiate it in our collective bargaining agreements. So in order to formally change Cesar Chavez Day, we'll have to negotiate that out. So this proclamation doesn't necessarily supersede Cesar Chavez Day, it's just an additional one. So that's the rationale behind that. I also want to go into item 7. So this is an informational item. We are not approving it. We are just receiving it for information. I would like to ask our CBO, if I may, Dr. Harrison,
please.
asked our CBO to explain why this item for Series C has to be received by the board first to approval, whereas with Series A and B, we're able to approve it in one go.
Thank you, President Cimental. With us tonight is Mr. Galt from California Financial Services. Mr. Steve Galt, he's our financial advisor, and he will provide an explanation to the Board of Education.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Good evening, Board, Superintendent, Cabinet. As mentioned, my name is Stephen Gold with California Financial Services. I represent the school district as your municipal advisor. This evening, you're considering as an information item, an item related to the issuance of the final general obligation bond under the current authorization. As noted by the president, you are seeing these resolutions twice in this instance, which is different than you saw in the first two series of issuances. The reason you're seeing it twice is because we are considering issuing both current interest bonds as well as capital appreciation bonds. And under state rule, we're required whenever we consider the utilization or the issuance of capital appreciation bonds to take the item both as an informational item and then on the next successive board meeting, taking it for approval. The district is considering the issuance of capital appreciation bonds in this instance as a tool to be able to issue the final series in the authorization as one single series. So instead of breaking it up, issuing a portion now and then coming back in 2 or 3 years as there's more capacity, by issuing capital appreciation bonds, the district will be able to capture it all in this one issuance, making it more efficient both from a financing charge standpoint as well as staff time, and probably more importantly, being able to deliver the projects a little bit sooner and protect the district from further construction cost escalation. I will note for you, as just for your information, issuing capital appreciation bonds does increase the overall interest rate on the bonds that we're offering, both because there's a slight interest rate premium, but also because capital appreciation bonds, unlike currents, the district does not pay interest semi-annually. All of the interest is paid when the bond becomes mature, which means you're paying interest on the interest before you pay it. That said, the capital appreciation bond issuance, the portion of the bonds that are issued in capital appreciation bonds, will be solely based on need. As we go into the market, if we achieve a slightly lower interest rate, there is a reasonable chance that we don't even use them at all. So I had the district's underwriter, Piper Sandler, look at what interest rate, how much better does the interest rate environment need to get before we can eliminate cabs completely. In their estimation, if we were to see interest rates fall 13 to 15 basis points, 100 basis points is 1%. So 0.13 or to 0.15% in interest, it would eliminate the need completely for the district to issue capital appreciation bonds. So I guess what I would say is that we're taking the necessary steps to issue the cabs if needed to achieve the district funding goal, with the goal of not using them at all.
Thank you very much. My question is, it's a very small question, it's a technical question. With series A and B, when we approved the resolution, I wasn't board president at the time. But here there's a clause, it's section 7, just saying that the president, where'd it go? All bonds shall be signed by the president, and then countersigned by the secretary or clerk. I guess I'm just curious, just personally, what does that process entail? What are my duties with the bond execution?
So on bond execution, you'll be signing in your role as a representative of the school district. So it's kind of limited to that. There's no, it doesn't tie you personally to it. There's nothing involved in that. It's simply that the bonds require a signature of a representative of the school district.
Thank you. Were there any other questions on this item? Ms. Flores?
So I want to understand, so if we say yes to this and we do issue those bonds, it could potentially raise the interest of our A and B bonds?
No. This is all we're dealing with at this point is structuring the Series C bonds.
Okay, is there a dollar amount that you can put to that? I mean, we have the 2020, we were looking at 50 million, I'm not quite sure.
So
which is left of that.
yeah, so the remaining authorization is 15.4 million. So the goal is to structure the bond so that the district can issue that entire balance, 15.4. And then that'll be the last issuance in the authorization.
I think from our special board meeting a while back, I think we identified potentially a library facility.
Oh, the Van Wyck Library.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, couldn't remember.
That would be the expenditure of the C series so that we can show our clean bill of health, to say the least. financial side of things. Any additional questions on the informational resolution? Thank you for being here this evening. We're like super late
Yeah,
tonight,
no,
so
no
thank you for
problem.
being here.
You're welcome. And just to reminder, you will, at the next successive board meeting, you'll see the same documents again.
Okay.
The only difference will be at that time, you'll be taking action on the item. But there'll be no changes between the documents between this meeting and the next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further discussion on the motion to approve the resolutions and to receive this one?
I wanted to say thank you for catching the autism spectrum acceptance one. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
All right, motion, all right, I have it right here. Roll call vote?
Aye, sorry.
No problem.
I get it all the time.
Aye.
Aye, motion's carried. Perfect. Consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on a motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items on the consent a member would like pulled?
Yeah.
Is there a motion to approve consent as scheduled? Oh,
Second.
who was that?
Motion.
Okay.
And then second.
Perfect. Motion by Ms. Flores, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Roll call vote.
Yeah, I just got out, so.
All right. Roll call. Aye. Okay.
Aye.
All right, the motion is carried. Beautiful. Perfect. Adjournment. The next regular board meeting is April 21st, 2026. Adjourn the regular board meeting of March 24th, 2026. Is there a motion?
Oh, yeah.
Motion by Ms. Stanzioni, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye, we stand adjourned super early at 10:12 p.m.